Salutations, everyone. Salutations. How's everyone doing? Tonight's just gonna be a very chill, relaxing stream overall. We're not gonna go into do a whole lot of stuff. Just gonna have just gonna kind of relax, do a little bit of D&D stuff, and I guess that's mostly about it. Yeah, that's just kind of that's kind of all I got. I don't got much more than that. Thought out. Such is life, yo. Such is life. I'm just adjusting a few things here really quickly that I have forgotten to adjust. There. There we go. It's much better. There we go. There we go. All right, fixed it. So, yeah, what I'm gonna be doing right now, I have a few things that I might be doing, but one of the things I'm gonna focus on is, I'm going to be doing an adjusted, kind of a homebrew version of the Were-Raven, I guess, Were-Crow. Basically, to make it fit a little bit more into the lore of my homebrew world that I'm doing. Essentially, what I'm going to be doing first and foremost is just kind of set it up. I guess I'll be setting it kind of up like trying to make a creature, I guess. So, that's kind of what I'm gonna do to start with. Let's see. Can I guess I could throw in a. I guess I'll put a. Kind of want to put it inside a. Kind of a similar format as they do on D&D Beyond, but I don't think I can do that, or at least I don't know how to do it in this. I'll figure that as I go, at least. Layout, size, and read. No, that's not. I guess I'll try just inserting. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. This. Okay, that was weird. I can lower the size of text here, and I can do. Guess I'll try to do this. Just mostly because I want to have some sorts of yeah, no, I don't need to do any table design. I got this. I kind of just want to have, or try to set it up at least so that I can have everything I need in that. So. Don't worry, I haven't really started. I'm just doing very quick just setup, I guess. I need to remind myself. Oh wait, just before I get going, I'm gonna get the monster manual to remind myself of things. books I needed. Got the books I needed. Might do this just a... I think I'll do this just like that. Alright. I wanted the monster manual to remind myself of specifically the creature types. Which I can see that my book has seen some use. Okay. Okay. So, I can actually just switch over to this here. People can see. So one thing that kind of has always slightly bugged me with how things change is that they've changed, for example, how some things are categorized. For example, there are no, don't have any monstrous humanoids anymore. Though I feel like, for example, in this case, I feel like, for example, that were creatures should be considered monstrous because it makes more sense from how it's described in the book. Because monstrosities, they are, for example, monstrosities are some are results of magical experiments or terrible curses. And I don't feel a were creature fits that. Not in the truest sense, at least. Like lycanthropes do not fit that description in my mind, at least. That's just me, though. But the reason why I think they keep it that way is because it is essentially just a human that's a shape changer. And monstrosities, for example, let's see, what do we have any examples of monstrosities here? For example, lizard folks are just humanoids. Yeah, but Lamia is a monstrosity, which still has human element. Oh, sorry, which still has some human elements to it, I guess. Jackally. Wait, what? Jackal, yeah. Ordinary jackals tainted by demonic power. Jackal wears haunt rods and trail. It's jackalware? It's just basically literally the exact opposite of a werewolf. Instead of being a human that or like a humanoid that became a were creature, it's a creature that became humanoid. That's actually kind of cool. It's really cool. I like it. That is actually really cool. I like that. Still, that is still just medium humanoid shape changer. I can hear the creaking of my book here. Half Red Dragon Veteran. Half... Oh, actually, there's a template here for it. So technically seen, you could play a half dragon. Technically seen. Oh, okay. So technically seen, you could do that. So a harpy is a monstrosity where it I don't know. Me personally, I feel like where creatures should be monstrosities. So if we, I'm just gonna for an example here, have my books here. Desktop. I'm trying to remember where I placed this. So in 3.5 core book, let's go into monster manual. It's in the first one. I could go get my copy, physical copy, but damn it, I don't have any tags in the book. Fuck. What page are you? Are they in W's? I think they might be in W's. Where? 171 is the page. 171. So lycanthropes here in this book, they are medium humanoids. I remember that wrong. It's been a while, so. But yeah, they're medium humanoids. What monster types were there in 3.5? Just out of curiosity for this. Ah, my god. Magical beast, monstrous humanoid. Yeah. And but now it's just humanoid. They've reduced the categories essentially. I guess what I will do. I know why they're doing it. It's because spells and spell effects that should affect humanoids would not affect the monstrosities. I get that. But I know what I'm gonna do. So one thing before Lupogaru is a medium monstrosity shape changer. That's basically a lycanthrope. That's basically a more feral version of werewolf, essentially. The Lupogaru possesses a strain of lycanthropy more virulent than that carried by common werewolves. Aside from being deadlier than the werewolf, Lupogaru. Yeah. So that's basically what I'm aiming to do. I'm making a more feral version, essentially, which I think just fits more. In kind of loose terms, yeah, think of it as kind of so in my world that I'm doing there, it is not a curse. It is kind of like a disease that you catch, a mutation, if you will, caused by a virus. Essentially, it is not magical in nature, so it's not something and that can just be treated. And since there isn't magic in the world, at least at the time this comes in, it's not really something that can be like treated very easily, and it's just relatively unknown. People don't really know this thing exists, and the reason why I'm doing this specifically this one is because I can use the loop. I think I can use the loop Garu for what I want to do specifically with werewolves in that world. Just generally, that's just generally what I would reference for that. They're way more dangerous compared to, but I do need to make this here because this is something that's connected specifically to an organization that is prevalent, has in the world, and I need to. I wanted to make the were-raven or crow in this specifically fit for it, and I'm essentially changing names of monsters and stuff like that to fit. I'm basically only reason why I keep the were-crow there is just for reference for myself. But yeah, basically, Varkrovim is just from is essentially just from the native land where they it's what the organization that use this power. While they use essentially this thing, they use the powers granted by this. It's not exclusively to them, this thing. It's just they use it and train with it, and kind of very specific individuals are brought into the fold and granted this boon. Essentially, you can kind of think of it like a spy network, and very specific spies that are picked out are given this thing. And basically as a, in their minds at least, as reward for a service well done, I guess. It is something that is kind of like, in case they require, in case it's required, they have something to fall back on. For now, it's connected to an organization that is called the Crovum Conclave. For now, it's a title in works essentially, but the Crova Conclave, and I want to change the name to something more like kind of in the relation to a flock of ravens, a murder of ravens and stuff. But they're essentially a information broker network, and they're kind of associated. They use ravens and crows and such creatures to relay messages between them, and they sell information. They are not related to any specific nation. They're just kind of spread out, and this is one of their kind of tools in their utility belt, so to say. But only very specific individuals in the organization know about it, and those that are given it are given strict orders to not talk about it, essentially, not to share this. This is top secret stuff, if you will. And so I want to kind of fit it out, fix it, and there is a feature that I'm adding specifically, additionally onto lycanthropy, is I have a mechanic instead of like a full moon or stuff like that. In the world, like, people don't know that like lycanthropy or anything of that nature exists. It's like supernatural things do exist. Like monsters, there are monstrosities. Some are known, most are not. It's kind of like your typical low fantasy where like stuff that is not known to the world. It like the creatures which you think are like related to folklore or history books and stuff like that. Just fairy tales essentially. Those are things that might exist or people might have some superstitions, but like most people never see them in their lives. Like to take a very obvious example, like most people like most people might believe that there is a dragon, but most people have never seen a dragon. So yeah, like dragons are not a big thing. I want to make a world that is kind of, it's rife with mysteries essentially. It is a magic that is it is a world that is undiscovered by its inhabitants. There's not, and then when magic comes into the world, who knows? Then magical beasts, like creatures, might be morphed into magical creatures or something else. Like that's when a lot of chaos comes in, and like magic in that world is just chaos in general. Will probably not be called magic overall. It's probably gonna receive a name. I've been kind of playing with the idea that it's just gonna be called chaos, and just it's using chaos is just, it is tough. But I wanted the were creatures to not be related to that. I wanted it to be like a mythological thing that is not a curse. It is something else. It's a mutation that happens. And once it's taken hold, it's not something you can fix. It is there. It does change you. It gives you, like, there are additional things that come with it, which is something we're going to go into here, try to figure out. And one of the features that I'm taking in instead of like full moon and stuff like that, because I was talking about that and got kind of derailed, is stress. One, in situations where you may come under distress, where it's hard to contain your anger, where passions are, where your passions in quotations kind of run wild. Like when there's a chance you might lose control of yourself, there's a chance you might just transform and go feral. And I have a set I'm gonna have a set DC for that and explain what happens. Like it and I feel like at the, like when that happens, like we'll put a specific situation, like we'll put a specific effect that's happening when that happens, but we're gonna call it a medium monstrosity. So medium monstrosity, shape changer. Human shape changer. Or no, I actually just don't need to put human. It's just, when I'm reading Lupo Garo, it just says monstrosity shape changer. And, like, I'll say when they're, like, I would say that when you are in, I'll say that when you become a lycanthrope, once you succumb fully to it, that, like, you're not gonna become evil or anything like that. It's just like whether or not you can control the feral, your emotions, and keep them in check. And like I would say even if you transform willingly, you'd still have to make a DC check to contain yourself, like control the feral the kind of just try to resist losing yourself in the transformation. But I'll say like you transform into a feral creature, like into a monstrosity just by getting this mutation, which means that like you're no longer counted as humanoid. That seems to be what they're doing also here with the Lupogaro. So let's see. But yeah, these are not things you actively find in nature. If you're gonna become a lycanthrope, if you become a lycanthrope, it's not something you do willy-nilly. Like, it's not, you don't go running out and it just happens to you. And I don't know if I'll do like the book and have all the lycanthropies that are in the book. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit unnecessary personally. There are a few like things that I do enjoy more than the base D&D versions. And that's just to give more weight to what they are. For example, the vampires. The standard vampires are kind of they're just very basic. I might just go for, if I'm gonna use like vampire, like I want things to be scary, spooky, tough to deal with when it comes up to it, because these are scary as fuck things when you meet them for the people. Like it's things you don't expect to see. So yeah, I'll probably like reference because the Lupogaro is in the Ravenloft book, and Nosferatu vampires are there as well, and I would probably reference them exclusively for vampirism and stuff like that. I would say that if a player was turned into yeah, I'd say if you were turned into a vampire, I'd say you'd get the vampire stuff that you would get in the book. But like if you lose yourself to your bloodlust, essentially, you just like, if you'd lose yourself, become like then yeah, you'd probably become a Nosferatu. Let's see. Yeah, basically, Nosferatu is like the close to the feral version. Yeah. So yeah, like I feel like vampires in this world, they are like I feel like they wouldn't be. I feel like they wouldn't be specifically not like in most things where they're the elegant, graceful thing. I feel like a lot of them would be kind of feral, like just kind of monsters overall. And I feel like I think it would be kind of interesting to make them kind of like a feral-esque monster most of the time, but like when you see those that have kind of managed to contain themselves, they are still like, they aren't necessarily graceful or anything like that, but like those few that somehow manage to regain themselves to their regain sanity, or like just become something else entirely. It'd be interesting to see. Like like I said, I don't want to go for like the. I want to go for a world where like the monsters you see, they are monsters. They are not, and like sure, vampires are in all ships before, they're monsters, but you can, in a lot of cases, kind of more because they are often so elegant and set up in such a way in a lot of fantasy. I want to go for more of the Similar to the what's it called? Like the Vampire the Masquerade with a more feral looking, like the more not like on the streets dirty looking vampires. I want to go with the ones that they are not in their best. They're not living their best life kind of situation. If you get what I mean, yeah. So, alright, I guess we can continue with this here. I can move closer to this here just for this here. Let's go. So we got a medium shape changer. I want to put a... Can I put a line underneath? I don't want to really change how the text is perceived, so... So, can I put... I guess I'll do that, yeah. Okay, the Lupo Garo is here, and I have a picture of a were-raven thing here. So, D&D has always made it so that where creatures can go between three forms: their normal humanoid form, their animal form, and their hybrid form. I want to only have a hybrid and humanoid form. There's no middle ground. There's just those two. I would say, like, if the... And, I mean, if you would want to run this in your own game, like, this whole, like... This kind of more feral version of it, you could just literally... just add the raven into it instead. Like, just add the third form. It's because you'd just be using the stats of the raven, so... Really, it's funny that they have that. I personally don't have that. I can close this here now. So we're making it first as a monster. Which would mean that the first things we are doing now is we're gonna go with Ace or Armor class, which, by the way, Armor class, which I'll just to mark a number. I'll do this. We'll adjust it later. Hit points 0, and in brackets 0d0. It's just filler. We will fill them in, and then speed. And again, just to, before we need to do anything, we'll do this. I am gonna have slight changes to their speeds, probably. We'll do... we will go that... And that's 30. It just has 30 feet, 50 feet, fly 50 in hybrid, so... Yeah. No, I guess we're just. I guess we'll just stick with this because they don't have flying, so. I was thinking whether or not it would just get a little bit more movement speed, but apparently not. Or at least they don't give the Were-Raven there. Does the yeah. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna do in humanoid form, and then I'm gonna go with. Yeah, I'm just gonna do similar to here, 40 in hybrid form. So basically, speed's gonna be. These are gonna be the speeds. Can I lower? Or can I make this a little bit? Yeah, we can go with 10 here. So yeah, I was thinking that this would be a nice setup for it. Now we'll do this, and we'll add a no, not entire. We just need to put the underline. Nope, undo that. I don't need the entire thing. I just need. I just need this. Fuck. Elf. Can I put a bottom border? Why is this so weird? This acts really weird. You know what? I guess I'll just remove this. Just take it away, I guess. And just to separate, I guess I'll just do. It's just to ease keeping track, I guess. Or you just do that on your own. Okay. I guess that works too. I don't mind. So, I want to insert a table here. Like this. And I'm probably going to try to hide them later, but str. So one thing I actually would really want to do at some point is to make my own. I really want to make my own game. Just because I really enjoy the whole process, I guess. It's just an entertaining notion, and yeah, that's mostly the reason why. I just want to make one. I've always wanted to. Oh, God. Undo. I've always wanted to make my own tabletop game. So, which by the way, I also changed how Lycanthrope works. So one thing that I think is fucking dumb with lycanthropy. And I don't know if other people are gonna agree with me or not. This is kind of... I have the same issue with also some certain magical items, which will be very clear once I mention what it is. But... I'm gonna find the thing first. Oh, vampire spawn. That's not what I was looking for, but thank you. Death's Lad? Where are you, werewolf? I'm just looking at totally different things here. Can I take this here out? It's just paper I don't need anymore. Where tiger? Okay, here. I'm gonna read a thing when players become lycanthropes. Now, I think you can probably you can probably adjust this in some way you want, but this is the thing that bothers me the most. So, which by the way, also I think that there should just be a set DC on the Curse of Lycanthropy in the base book. There shouldn't be the just you calculate it for each player or each race, each monster. The DC should just always be the exact same for all lycanthropy things. Because basically, becoming a wererat has a DC of 11. But becoming a werebear has a DC of 14. Becoming a wereboar has a DC of 12. I just think it should always be the same DC for them all. Because it's dumb. I feel like it should always be the same. So, when you become a werebear, a boar, rat, tiger, whatever. So, depending on what you become, you gain very different things. But, for example, the character gains a strength of 19 if his or her score isn't already higher. And a +1 bonus to AC while in bear or hybrid form. Attack and damage rolls from natural... for the natural weapons are based on strength. My issue is with the character gains a strength of 19. So, assuming you just have 10 strength and you become a werebear, suddenly you get 19 strength in one go. That's a huge jump. Just a huge jump. So that's basically just a free jump. And also, like, for example, if you want to play a lycanthrope, like, if you want to play a were creature, which I think you should be able to do, like, it's just, if you want to enjoy the game a whole lot, it just makes sense. I think that setting a score for it is just dumb. I guess what they're doing it for like a quick reference thing, but it should much rather be a chosen physical statistic and given a bonus. Now, the thing they did in 3.5, just to give a reference, I'm not saying they did it better there or anything like that, I'm just taking references because this is stuff that they've done before. In 3.5 they did it. So, in this here way, when you became a lycanthrope, there was level adjustment and stuff like that, so there were things like that. But we don't need to think about that, we just need to think about what happens when you're creating a lycanthrope. So, I'm gonna move this over here so it's easier for me to read and I'm actually in front of the microphone. I'm also gonna zoom in so that I can read this way better. We don't need to read this stuff. This is not important to the argument here specifically. So, abilities, which is the ability scores. All lycanthropes gain a +2 to wisdom. In addition, when in animal form, lycanthrope physical scores improve according to its kind. These adjustments are equal to the animal's normal ability score -10 or -11. For example, a were-crocodile with strength 19, dex 12, and con 17 would add 8 strength, 2 dex, and 6 con to its primary ability score. Now, I'm not saying that should be done in this, in 5e, because that would just be broken. Hell yeah, that would be broken. But you can see how it works there. I think personally that it's cool that they're getting a +2 wisdom. I never understood why they got a +2 wisdom in 3.5 personally. That was just really weird. Which, by the way, like, depending on whether you're afflicted or whether or not you were natural, like, if you were naturally a werewolf, you had a higher level adjustment to it. Which, by the way, here's the fun thing: if you were a werebear, just note, if you were a werebear, which is fucking amazing here, you got a +16 to your strength, which is, that's ridiculous shit. But that is not specifically what we were talking about. So my thought is that they don't need to get the +2 wisdom. That again, I don't understand why they got that, other than maybe their it's just their ability, I guess. It's trying to resist the curse all the time, yada yada yada. Also here, in 3.5, the curse of lycanthropy, it was just a DC 15 fortitude or constitution save. That's a good thing to do. Just have a set. It's I thought I would have expected 5th edition to do it that way, but I'm confused that they just decided to make it a math problem. Out of all of the things to make a math problem out of, that was the one they chose. But I personally think that if, with the ability scores, that they should just get a +2 to their main score that they would have been getting. So, because, again, let's think about it this way. If you're a fighter with 19 strength and become a werebear or any were creature, why wouldn't you become stronger? You're equal to the strength of a bear. It just bothers me because it just doesn't make sense as a static bonus for me personally. I think it should just be a +2 to the ability score, and I mean, you can debate whether or not it should be and it is debatable whether or not it should be the you get a +2 to your, let's say you have 19 strength and you become a werebear and you get a +2 to strength. It's debatable whether or not you would become get a +2 and go to 21 or just 20. I mean, I would say that's kind of up to people, but I would say, you're taking a significant risk becoming a were creature. You're getting these things, but you're also becoming a monster. I would increase the upper limit personally to go to a +6 strength. It's not game breaking, and not a lot of people play were creatures because the game makes them so fucking boring to look at. It's either min-maxy or boring. And I just think it would be personally cooler that way. Because you get, let's say here, you get some sorts of, let's see, what do you get as a were creature here in the book? So a were Actions that don't... Okay, so they would get, for example, if you'd become a were-rat, you would get the shape changer thing. You'd get keen smell. And let's see. You get the form, damage immunities, trait, and actions that don't involve equipment. So, yeah, you would get multi-attack, which is like you make 2 attacks, which only one of which can be be a bite. I mean, that's an action. That's an action that doesn't require a weapon. I mean, that's just, I guess. But I mean, even then, if you don't take the multi-attack, which is, that makes sense to not take that. Shape changer, keen smell, and then the bite is what you get. Then you get the damage immunities, which is like as long as you're being attacked with things that aren't magical and silvered, you get damage. Okay, yeah, damage immunities is pretty hefty. I will actually admit to that. That's pretty hefty. Why did they go damage immunity? Why didn't they go damage resistance? Wow, I didn't realize they went like basically fucking... Let's make them immortal to anything that isn't silver. I mean, I guess they're then leaning into more old school stuff. Not old school, but like old history stuff, I guess. Let's see. What is... Jesus Christ, I'm looking at so much. It's been so long since I've read all the crap that's in this. But I'm trying to see if I can see the... yeah. So, yeah, they just had damage reduction. I mean, but yeah, I would have just said, like, a +2 to their thing, and, like, I mean, the likelihood of someone getting to a +26 with that, like, counting, you'd become a Lycanthrope, get a +2 to strength or dex. Then you'd get the and then you would get the book and a blessing. I think that's the most you can go up. That's 26. The likelihood of that happening is pretty unlikely. Like, and you can get a magic item that sets your strength to like what, 28 or some crap. I think that's more ridiculous, if anything. Belt of giant strength. Yeah, you can get a legendary belt of storm giant strength, which goes up to 29. Which also, it's so funny that they go for these odd numbers. They always go for odd numbers. I don't know why. Belt of Hell Giant Strength, it's 21. I mean, it's still just gonna be a plus. It's still just gonna be a +5. Belt of Frost Giant Strength, Stone Giant Strength is still just gonna be a +6. Fire Giant Strength is still just gonna be a +7. Then there's a +8, and then there's a +9. Yeah, I don't get why they use odd numbers for those. It's weird. It doesn't really matter. It's just unnecessary, I guess. But yeah, I would say that, like, you got magic items that do that stuff, and they just set your strength. And I mean, Gauntlets of Ochre Strength, I think they should just do a +2 strength. But they can't, and I would say that they just can't stack with anything that changes your ability score. I like to note specifically. Because I don't think... Because they're just sets here. Yeah, it has no effect if without the belt. I mean, I get that with the belt, because it's giving you the strength of a giant, this giant. And I guess that, but like, transformative stuff, like specifically like the werewolf and stuff, I feel like that should just be a static bonus, personally. That's at least how I homebrew it. I just give a +2, and I will personally be changing just damage immunities to damage resistances, because damage immunities is ridiculous for were creatures. I mean, at least in this concept, fucking apparently were creatures became even harder to kill. Let's see, werewolf. Just, I wanna read specifically, like, how do you kill a werewolf? Interesting. Yeah, I think at least me personally, I would go for like make it just a resistant, like a damage resistance, not immunity. Like the Lupogaro doesn't have fucking it doesn't have damage immunity. They just have regeneration. If the Lupogaro takes damage from a silver weapon, this trait doesn't function. Now, I don't think they need to have regeneration, personally. It's like regens 10 hit points at the start of each of its turn. Like, holy shit. Again, like, I would just change it to damage resistance. Or, if I would have regeneration, I would have like 1 hit point at the start of each of the turn or something like that. But I'm not gonna have regeneration. I don't think. They did have it in the old stuff, I think. Did they have regeneration as a special quality? They did not. Alternate form. Yeah, they did not. So yeah. Lycanthropes as characters, +2 to wisdom, physical ability scores increased by animal form. Racial hit dice. Which, by the way, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go for. Personally, I think that's kind of what we want to go for me. Which, by the way, I was gonna check what the strength of a bear is, just generally. Miscellaneous creatures, awakened tree. I was just gonna go look for a, not a giant vulture, but something else. Spent a whole lot more time just thinking about that thing. Am I... black bear has 15 strength. Brown bear has 19. So depending on what kind of bear you are, you get different strengths. Yeah. No, I just yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I just feel like no matter what, if you're becoming a were creature, you're always becoming stronger. So which, by the way, I made it so, like, for example, like I said before, when you become a lycanthrope in my game, at least specifically, you just get a +2 to that ability score, and the maximum increases by 2. It's like, a were creature is always gonna be, or at least have the capabilities of being better at things than normal people. And like, yeah, I don't know. It just feels so weird that you could just be this dude that just gets that equals. It's Which also a hilarious thing is kind of, I was looking at D&D Beyond, and can you on D&D Beyond place the werewolf? Can you make someone a werewolf on D&D Beyond? I think I'm gonna test it. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna test it out of just curiosity. I don't know if it can give someone the werewolf condition. Which also, by the way, just my personal opinion about when you're making homebrew stuff on D&D Beyond. Oh my god, I feel like it's so complex to set it up. It feels way more complex than it should be. It's just, you have to go through fucking pages upon pages of crap. You wanna make an action, you have to go to an action to set up what kind of action it is, and just fuck off, man. So much stuff that I don't know. I mean, sure, it might be necessary, but it's a lot, okay? It's a lot, okay? Alright, can we condition? We can't put a condition on. Manage. If I go to character settings, yeah, I want to have the Underdark mode. It's way easier to read. Can I set it so okay, I can't do that there. Manage character and level. If I go into race, no. I'm just gonna Google this. Can you add lycanthropy on a character in D&D Beyond? Why isn't that a feature in the game? There are plenty of things that can be added, kind of like a template. Lycanthropy works well as a feat, hence also, yeah. Why don't they just make all the templates a feat or something? Because you can just add a feat. You can also design Lycanthrope as a wondrous item, magic item with a custom spell that then simply activate the magic item to represent transformation. The Lycanthrope can can simply be access to 2 alternate forms. So just any transformation may require 1 minute, but why are you, bruh? Why are you giving suggestions how you can do it? Like, there's already lycanthropy as a thing, so. Yeah, I love it when people just say like, "Yeah, I think shifters think this is better than this because of this." I'm like, yeah, sure. Here's somebody that says just think shifters are much better than alternative to lycanthropes, even when it comes to good lycanthropes. Like, I mean, D&D has been like the Wizard of the Coast have been like kind of pushing that nowadays that like the alignments are just suggestions. I mean, I don't think you're gonna be forceful. Like, any DM worth his salt is not gonna fucking force you to change your whole shtick if you become a werewolf. Yeah, if the character embraced the curse, his or her alignment because of one defined by the lycanthrope. I don't think, yeah, that as a DM, just skip that part. Why would you take off the control of a character if you embrace the curse, try to live with it? I mean, you're embracing it, trying to live with it. You're trying to, because you can embrace something and try to use it for good. Like, this is partially why I've always hated the alignment system with how it's set. Even in 3.5, I hated it. I like that they use it to kind of describe the general. Like, I like how they use it to describe the general viewpoint from this thing, or from this culture, or from this thing, because it makes sense to have something to justify. But you, like, a lot of people just look at the alignments as a black and white thing, and they are not as black as white as at least people think. But yeah, I always love that people never, like, so often don't actually answer the question. People, they're always just trying to offer up an alternative. Just like, yeah. Because the guy's like, thanks for the feedback. Just, and then he just says, hey, I'm just gonna have to homebrew this myself. Just, come on, guys. Why can't people just answer the question being asked about it? Yeah. So you can't do it without homebrewing it. I feel like a lot of things, just to kind of add things, like they like I do enjoy that Chetney in Critical Role. He's lycanthrope. I love lycanthropes personally. They're so awesome. But yeah, but basically, it's just basically a class feature. And I mean, sure, you can just say that it's a balancing thing, but is it though? I do enjoy some of the rules of the class personally, the hyper transformation feature. But I feel like, for example, some of the things should just have been on Werewolf to begin with. I just feel like it's lazy. A lot of the stuff, personally. I feel like they could have done so much better with some of the monsters, or like some of the things they did in the book. Some features feel lazy in 5e. Maybe it's just them trying to make things more accessible, I guess. But again, just because it's more accessible doesn't mean it doesn't feel lazy. So we have... Alright, so we want to decide the... Why is... Whoops. Alright, I guess it just wants to do that. I don't know why it wants to do it there and nowhere else. Can I treat this like a picture, I guess? Guess not. Alright, where ravens have 10... So, I'm gonna just build from this. So, they have 10, 15, 11, 13, 15, and 14. Where ravens are in D&D, at least, they are specifically just kind of described being smart. They're not like, they're just basically, they get the good boy treatment. So what we're gonna do here is I want to reflect, because of just a standard where crow, just a standard one that you might find in the wild, not working with a not working for a faction or anything, I would say, because we're gonna just make below essentially a template for it. We're just gonna make a template that just you reference to add the stuff to it. I want to do it like in a decent way. I want to make a short descriptive text and then a template like as a like player as Lycanthrope. I'm just gonna add like a player as Isn't that how they write it in the book? Death Sled. I also know that, like, for a lot of people, like, some people will say, like, the stats don't matter and stuff like that. And overall, I will say, yeah, stats don't matter a whole lot. But again, like, +1 extra in a stat doesn't change a whole lot either. Well, I just fucking felt like I couldn't speak properly there for a second. Lamia is over there. I just skipped over. No, wait. No, that's not the right thing. I think I'm in the wrong chapter, maybe? Okay, yeah, I'm in vampire territory now. UNT. I'm way too far. Way too far. What page was it? I thought I remembered the page. Like, I've opened on it repeatedly. But now I'm just having the worst time ever trying to get. For example, here, just because I opened it on here, Revenant. I feel like it would have been a cool thing for them to add like a player as Revenant. They could make a cool player like variant for it. And you don't need to go into the the insanities that some of the things do. Like it's just an interesting way because either like people will homebrew most of this stuff to make it work, and I just don't understand why they don't add like once they have features like that could be like it's a cool character concept. Like why wouldn't you do that? I think they would be cool. I'm sad that they don't. That's just me though. That's just me. I just like it when you have a lot of options and a lot of people often think that like, you know, it's just the gateway to min-maxing or whatever, and like I ran a game where we had a terrible min-maxer and that was terrible. But if you're at a table with people that you like know and like and you just set down rules, like that's kind of the thing, like, and I feel like a lot of people often forget that like it's also like the DM is also supposed to have fun with everything that's going on. Like often when I watch stuff that talks about like how to produce, how to do stuff as a DM and stuff like that, and it always like a lot. Some things talk a lot about trying to secure, like make sure your players enjoy stuff, and yeah, I agree. You're supposed to try your best to make your players enjoy what you're doing. I mean, that's kind of the point, having fun with it, but I just feel like a lot of the times when they talk about it in kind of a way that feels like they're like you kind of need to sacrifice like your enjoyment at some points. And I know that that's not necessarily often what is meant, but yeah, that's just. That's just kind of how it sometimes comes across to me. Because I feel like everyone around the table should have fun, and like overall, it's the GM's kind of job to make a engaging story, and like yes, it's their job to make an engaging plot hook. It's everyone's job to make an engaging story. Because you can't, like, no matter how, it doesn't really matter how interesting your story is if nobody engages in it. Because, like, D&D is a storytelling game. So, if there's no engagement happening in your story, it's flat. And at that point, you might as well be running just a kind of just telling everyone a story, and they're just kind of in between throwing their input. By the way, these stats here are going to change. Which I was going to do this here. You know what? We'll just do this here. I mean, that's fine. if it makes it looks better, I guess I can live with it. Why are you the only one that doesn't want to... What? Alright, I mean, I guess I can live with that. Okay. They just can't do all of them. I guess we can just do this. That's fine. I mean, it gets the message across anyway, so I guess we'll just do... Yeah, let's just do that. But yeah, that's... I don't know. Like, I personally have the most fun when I'm when I'm DMing and like my players just do all sorts of crap. Do what kind of just try to do what they want to do. Like, I've always looked at it as my as the DM job, like, to adapt to surroundings, improv when it needs to happen. Like, my job is trying to hook them, essentially. And yeah, I've always just felt like that doing, like, trying to be good with that is all that matters. Just trying to grab their attention, let them kind of do what they want to do. Like, they have goals they might want to achieve as their players, and I want to help them achieve those things. And sometimes I add all sorts of twists and turns to the stuff that might happen just to make things interesting. Like, and like, I try to make sure that, like, my players will be fine with it. If something weird's gonna happen to them, that they're cool with it. And most of the time, depending on what is happening, I give them a choice of how they're gonna, like, if they're getting it. For example, like, I mean, if they get bit by a werewolf, I mean, if they fail the check, just play by that. But, like, if there's a choice in the matter that they will distinctly, I will warn them if it's something that might change stuff for them forever. Like, There we go. Alright, so I'm just rambling a lot. I'm just kind of sad that, like, for example, I've had a player become a were-rat by accident, and they just embraced it. They just embraced the whole thing. They were like, "Oh crap, we don't have any nothing to fix it. I guess I'm just gonna become a were-rat then." Nobody can fix me right now. I think if I remember correctly, they were really low level, and they just decided to roll with it, and that was just kind of cool. And like, yeah. Oh my god, I'm so distracted right now. There we go. Wait. What? I just noticed this now, but what? So, the Lupogaru, they have 16 natural armor class, with 4 of it coming from Dex and 2 from natural armor. I mean, they're decently strong, so yeah, makes sense. But were-ravens don't get an AC boost? Oh my god, they don't get the AC boost. Why don't they get the AC boost? Do were-rats get an AC boost? They do not. Werebear gets it, Were-boar gets it. Were-tiger does not get it. That's interesting. Why? Why don't they get it? Werebear gets plus 19 strength, plus 1 armor class, and attacks and damage rolls in for natural based on strength. Boar gets 17 strength, plus 1 bonus to AC, attack and damage rolls, plus strength. They get the charge trait. That's just dick. There is absolutely no reason why they should not get natural armor class. What? There's absolutely no reason why they should not. What the absolute garbage is this? What? I'm flabbergasted. I thought they would get plus 1 armor class. That makes no sense. Well, I guess we're going to be showing some favoritism here. They only get it in their in their forms, which is all good. Which also, out of curiosity, got a little bit of pain on my back there. That was uncomfortable. Alright, we got features next. But here, so Lupogar can change their shape as a bonus action. I think I would change that for my thing, but to just an action, but overall, probably keep. Because, like, it's a painful transformation. Why wouldn't it take an action? I'm still actually mad about the fact that they don't get a natural armor class. It just pisses me off. Oh wait, that's not correct. Alright, does it state in its humanoid form? Yeah, okay. So, what we are gonna do, at least for now, I'm gonna just say 10. I can read it in the book here. I have it here in front of me. So, 10 in humanoid form. Okay, so I'm thinking since we're going for it's more feral. It's more feral here. It has like stress and bloodlust are an issue. We'll say we'll go for a 12 in hybrid. And I can just 12. Which, by the way, I'm just gonna note that in the book, when they show here, they show a bear holding a great axe, and a werewolf holding a maul. I just feel, why are they adding gear to them? Why don't they just let them be like fully experienced? Like, we know how to add weapons to them. What the fuck? Why don't just make them be raw? Raw makes things complicated. All right, so all lycanthropes, they have a D8. So we know it's a D8. Oh boy. So here, the Lupo-Garu has 18 in all physical stats. What does the Were-Raven have just standard? So it has 15 in Dex. The Dungeon Master's Guide has the answers we need. DM's Guide, thank you so much for existing. You are my friend. You're gonna help me so much. Yeah, you're gonna help me so much. Creating backgrounds. Spell, healing spell. Spell damage. Character options. Could technically create lycanthropes as a race, I guess. I would probably make the Lycanthrope a race. Have it so that you could just choose depending on what you were, but like you would get the ability scores you would have gone from your previous race, and then the sub race gives the bonuses on top. Yeah, that's probably how I would do it. I love that here when they do the NPC features, they essentially give you everything you need to know to make a character. Like most the important stuff overall. Technically seen, you don't need more than that. But I'm looking for monster features, not for monster stuff. All right. We're making monsters now. All right, so just I need to know, does ability scores factor into the their things, into challenge rating? So, modifying a monster, okay. Oh, I need to actually talk to my party about this here thing. They're always asking about knocking creatures out and stuff, and this might be useful. All right. Monsters like characters have 6 ability score. I'll say so. I'll say I'm gonna keep the mental stats the book gives. 13, 15. Yes. I'm gonna lower the charisma score. Actually, let's just. Actually, fuck that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm changing things. I'm changing everything right now. Or do they have Crow? I think Crow's just Crow just has the same stats overall, so it doesn't matter. Let's just check Raven. I'm assuming they would have the same. Now, I'm thinking of these things, remember, I'm thinking of these more as, like, the base monster to be used is more of the feral version, so, I mean, I guess, actually, well, the Loop Garo has 16 charisma. They have fucking monster stats, so I guess 14 makes sense. It's probably to make them more difficult to deal with, which I can get behind. And you know what? We're making a monster. This is supposed to be something that's shitty to deal with. So, we'll go this route. The Lupo Garo has how many? They have 28 plus 80. I mean, you want to go that high? Yeah, I guess we're going to go that high. I mean, we're not giving them regeneration, so, you know. So yeah, plus 80. And so we're just gonna use the Lupogaro for reference in this certain situation. I'm gonna. I kind of want to make a. I want to make a quick top and bottom reference. Like the highest it could be and the lowest it could be. So, I mean, the highest it could be is. That is 160, 240. But I don't think that's necessary. Don't think that's gonna be necessary. Okay, yeah. Let's not. We're not doing that right now. So we're doing. Everything here is 10, right? Yeah, 10. So back to 10. Actually, I just figured something out. I can just do this. It doesn't need to be as big. So save. D skills. Condi. Actually. Feel like they just can't decide how fucking lycanthropy works. So, Lupogaro can only die if it's killed with silver. Were Raven can only be killed if it takes damage from silver or a spell. Jesus. Oh my god. And then there's the rest that has just condition immunities. And they just die normally. Ah, my god. This game. This game is a meme. It's page 204. I remember. I remember. I just think this is such a meme. I also personally dislike that they use. Let's see. See, the issue with a lot of 5e is that everything is fucking magic. Everything. And fuck me, I hate that they use. For example, I feel like if you're killed in your were form, you should just be dead in that were form, but you know, I don't know. So yeah. So we're going. And there is also. That's how you write it, right? Just making sure. First thing I opened up is to something that is immune. Oh my god, there's easy. Yep, okay. That's how you write it. Next in line. This would be like da. Wait, no. No. Da. Then we got census. Da. Languages. And Chalenge. Zero 0 XP. What a worthless challenge! Nothing that nobody can ever lose to it, and there's nothing to gain from it. All right. I want to reference the book in 3.5 again. I want to reference it one more time. There's one thing I want to specifically know, and that is... Are they resistant towards anything other than just... Like... Are they good, or are they not good? They don't seem to be resistant towards fear or anything like that. Just kind of depends on what they are. The Lupogaro has condition immunities, charmed and frightened, but I don't know why. Just can't be frightened and can't be charmed. I think personally that, like, I mean, we got... I feel like in hybrid form they could be immune to frightened. No, you know what? This is something I'm gonna change here. I'm gonna do condition resistances, and I'm gonna add frightened in hybrid form. Damage resistances would be blood gaining, piercing, I don't know. I don't like that they like magic just cuts through it without any issue. It takes away the whole thing. I feel like they should just be weak to this one thing. And they get resistances to the other stuff, but we're just talking about bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from these sources that are not made with silvered weapons. And so I'm not gonna like. I don't know. I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with the thinking about it in a logical way. I don't like it. I think the fucking. I suddenly just started disliking the were creatures from the fucking main book a lot more than I expected. Jeez. Like, jeez. Jeebleweebs. Why did I close the book? What is wrong with me? What? Like, fuck me. They are way stronger in some ways in 5th edition than they are in like kinda-esque. It's funny. They're stronger in some ways and weaker in others. Like, their damage immunity is just fucking funny. Like, in the lower levels, you're basically just, unless you're against magic and stuff, you're basically just invulnerable in the lower levels. So this should be resistance all the fucking way, man. And yeah, you know what? Screw that whole stuff. Yeah. These are werewolves. These are were creatures. Let's fucking let them have that, at least. So, they can be killed with anything, but silvered weapons work better. And magic works just also better because, like, they are not inherently resistant to magic. I wonder, like, does the damage resistance in 3.5, does it cover spells? I don't think it does, but just out of curiosity, I guess I'm gonna check. Let's see. What page is that on? Monsters, skills, and feats. So yeah, 303. Oh, what the fuck? For view, 303. 3. Let's go. Let's see. I guess these are just features. Do they? Yeah, okay, here is the stuff I'm looking for. Damage reduction. EX or SU, yeah. Supernatural from most weapons and natural attacks. A creature takes normal damage from energy attacks, even on magical ones, spell-like abilities, and supernatural abilities. Some monsters are vulnerable to magic weapons. Any weapon with at least +1 magical enchantment bonus attack and damage overcomes those. Such creatures natural. Yeah, so... Okay, for example, gargoyles do that. Okay, yeah. When a damage reduction entry has a dash after the slash, no weapon negates the damage reduction. Okay. That is kind of what I wanted to understand. Okay, so I'm just gonna let it be like that, because fuck yeah. I like that. I like that thought. What saving throws are ravens generally good at? What does the were-raven have? Nothing. Well, we're gonna change that. I guess they have... Wow, Supercar have Dex, Con, and Charisma proficiency. I guess... Oh, no. Not what I want to do. No. What? Why is the proficiency bonus down there? That makes no sense. I guess I'll do... just to have it. I'll make it have just a +5. I want it to be... I want it to be... Spookum! Just common. Now... Okay, they don't get... They just get passive perception, so... Passive perception 10 for now. They don't get flight, but they do get glide, which is a feature I'm giving them, not a... I will say acrobatics plus bump, comma. How many skills did it give the loot ball? 2. I'll go with acrobatics. We'll take insight out. We go with acrobatics, perception. And I want to go with stealth too. These are just gonna be 9, 9, and this is gonna be a whopping 7. Perception 17. They have 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, and 4. This is just skipping the other things. Like we might do some other adjustments here, but I'm just aiming to get the general gist of things out. I don't have I'm condition, resistance, frightened. And we could go like we could remove this here and change it so for when they only when they're under the effects of bloodlust, which would be if they go feral. Basically just Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna remove this here. We'll revisit it. So funny. They just don't really make feral looking were ravens. They're most of the times they just look kind of like raven people. But yeah, just imagine a raven that's just kind of losing its shit. Just rabid raven. That's it for this portion. No. Okay, we have the saving throws left. I mean, I'm not gonna go for charisma. I'm gonna go for a different. I'm gonna go for Dex plus 9. Con plus 9. Plus 9. Makes sense. It's a creature that's under, like, it's a monstrosity that's been affected by something like that. So yeah, and I want to go with wisdom for them. The reason why I want to go for wisdom is because I feel like crows act a lot differently than they would do. And you know what? Just to reflect that, we're going to go and do a 16 here, turning this to a 3. Wow, we're technically seeing lower intelligence than the Lupogaro, which is funny. You know, I'm going to copy the Lupogaro stats, but I'm adjusting them tiny bit. We're going to go for this build up here. And then this will become an 8 and an 8 and 8. And then we have this setup. They're pretty strong. And that's the point. They are a scary beast. They are spookums. They are supposed to not be fun to deal with. Well, you know, the fight's supposed to be fun, but like, it's supposed to be a challenge. Now we are at the now we're at the other thing. So what we are gonna start with is, okay, no, actually, what I want to do here is, I'm gonna go and do this here. Okay. Why did this increase in size? Lower. And we are gonna do this with a dot on the end. This is also bold. So there. And then we remove these and go. I wish I could just copy the text without an issue, but the thing is, it just gets some ugly background if I do it. Look at. Oh, it didn't. Nice. Delete that crap. We are doing this. We're starting by going into this. We're then going into times. Okay. Var korvem. Polymorphs into wait, large? Into a large wolf humanoid. Wait, what does that mean? What the fuck? What? Holy crap, this thing's longsword is strong apparently. 2d8? It says medium monstrosity, but why are you saying it becomes... What do you mean large? What do you mean large? Okay, apparently it's large, but we're just gonna go with a crow or hyper, nothing more. Nothing like this. Or back to its, which we don't need to do that. Which is is what we're going for here, which is humanoid. Okay, wait. Ah, I get it. Okay. So, so it does get bigger, essentially what it's saying. Other than its AC and speed in this particular case are the same in each form, because speed is faster and AC is faster. Any equipment it's wearing or carrying isn't transformed, it reverts to its true form if it dies. Yeah. I want to have the actions only on this side, so we're gonna try to keep. Actually, like, couldn't I just put the actions here and just go have the shape change in that at the other side? So yeah, actually, let's just do that. There. I'm gonna just copy this here, just so that I can do a quick wackadoodle on it, like that. What cool things do ravens just get? Mimicry. Crows can mimic, right? So, can... Yeah. We're gonna go for this here, the mimic. Times. And we're gonna go with 10. This here. Can just why is the Lubogaro different with its setup? It's in the same thing here, right? I actually just enjoy having it set up like this way, so I will keep it that way. But I will do... Yeah. I guess what I'll... Does it need to be like that? Just go ball. Okay. Don't think I was gonna go for regeneration or anything like that. Mimicry. So, okay, now we come to the feral parts and stuff. Do we call it bloodlust in this? We can just... I enjoy the feature. So I enjoyed like the Order of the Lycan Bloodlust. I like that. Oh my god! Here's where I think this is where Matt decided to be nice. If you have the extra attack feature, you can choose whether to use this for the frenzied attack. Let's just be honest here. They would probably get it. But armor class is gonna be 14, then 16 there. I'll fix that. Fix that little thing over there. If the Corvum starts its turn with fewer if you start your turn with fewer hit points than half your maximum hit point, if starts a turn with less than half its hit points, it must succeed on a DC 8 Wisdom saving throw or move directly toward the nearest creature and use the attack action against that creature. If you are if for some reason it is if I love that it says here, if you're concentrating on a spell or under the effect of the prevention from concentrating, such as a barbarian's rage feature, you automatically fail this saving throw. I can get that. I'm just gonna say if the Corvum automatically fails this saving throw if under the effects of friends of rage or virality. Because virality is gonna be that is a specific thing that we are adding to them, which is here. Virality. Virality. Yeah, okay, this is a correct way usage of the word. Good. I wanted to be sure I wasn't like just bullshitting the word here. If more than one creature is equally near you, near it, it will roll to randomly determine its target. Once the attack is resolved, it regains control unless it is under the effects of virality. Oh no, wait. It regains control. Because, like, virality is basically... We are gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this. Yeah, okay. While in hybrid form. The thing that I'm probably gonna do with like virality at least for my setting. I'm probably gonna add that as a condition for certain creatures, which is just kind of it's kind of gonna be like a it's gonna be similar to rage essentially. That's probably what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna add it to specific creatures that just as an effect. So I'm gonna put so ferality is gonna be for all specifically lycanthropic creatures specifically, and possibly vampires as well. Or like at least there will be a similar situation for it. I'm probably gonna make it something similar. So I do want to check the rage feature, but the difference is gonna be the fact that you do not have control when you do this. If you're a player and get this, you do not have control. This is not a useful figure, is kind of the point, feature. It's supposed to be a detriment. Yeah, I can actually close this here. Both, not both books, but at least one of the books. So, if the Crovum in its true form succumbs to their instincts willingly or unwillingly due to stress or agitation. They enter a feral state. Willingly or unwillingly or fail a DC 15 wisdom saving throw. Due to stress or agitation, they enter a feral state. In this... What? Fuck off. In this feral state, the... don't think it... when transforming the var core into its hybrid form, var core program must no, let's just call it feral rage. It's basically rage. I want it to be like a danger. Like if you're gonna go into the form, you might, in the worst case scenario, transform. Oh yeah, I was gonna also add here glide. Is there a glide? A creature that just can just glide? Is there a feature for that? I think there is. Earth glide is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for just gliding. A feature of gliding down. These are dragons, they probably don't have glide as a feature, they probably have just fly. Fly by dinosaurs. I just want to see if something has the ability just to glide. Wait, maybe that's in this here book in front of me that as one of the features. Nope. It is not. D&D 5e. Found a variant, some homebrew rule here for glide speed. Wait, couldn't the didn't the I don't need Raven open anymore. Didn't the original, I think they just have flight most of the things here. But where is my boy Kenku? Wow, the new picture on D&D Beyond of the Minotaur looks so dumb. I don't like it. at all. I'm gonna assume that there's nothing that here, like no race that has glide as a feature, I guess. I'm just gonna go and do glide? Oh, glide, not glide. Jeez! Oh, Hadozi has glide. Hadozi has glide. Ah, glide. Or Crovum falls at least at least 10 feet above the ground. It can use its action to extend its vestigial wings to glide horizontally number of feet equal to your walking speed, and it takes 0 points. It's its reaction, and takes 0 points. Takes 0 damage from that fall. It determines the direction it falls. There. And then we just do this. Wah, wah. But I just want to note that the Hunters, they have dexterous feat, which as a bonus action you can use your feet to manipulate an object and open or close a door or container or pick up or set down a tiny object. Birds can do that. Birds do this stuff all the fucking time. They use, like, my bird, like, grabs a hold of stuff. Yeah, Civic Hybrid. Civic Hybrid? Hey, Jojo Jest? Yeah, they basically just, like, my bird grabs up bananas all the time, like a part of the dried banana it has, and just eats that. Or picks up peas and stuff. Just holds stuff. Like, I've seen my bird just pick up all sorts of stuff with its feet, so it's just kind of funny that they don't have it. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Jojo. But yeah, I don't think they need to have that. When in hybrid form, it has to specifically note that if it's in hybrid form, just when. No, you know, we'll just remove the bloodlust thing. It is unnecessary, but we can move maybe some of the things for it. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for telling me. I just got very confused for a second. But yeah, thanks for telling me. I just really want to add Dexter's Feet to this, but I'm not going to do it. If I put it, I feel like I would have to replace something. But yeah, I'm gonna change this bloodless thing. Civic Hybrid is over there. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, they have the Manta Glide thing. Yeah, nice. All right. So in this, the Varkrovim gains the following. I'm just gonna put this up in a way that is easy to understand. We'll say to advantage on strength checks and strength saving, because this is just going to be the effect of Feral Rage always. It's going to be very similar. Now, here's gonna be a difference. I'm just gonna give them a bonus to their damage overall, no matter what they're rolling. So, but of course, like, this is not a controllable ability, so they will not have full control. So, because I mean, it's just gonna be dumb giving that to a. Actually, no. Wait, no, I need to think about it in an open sense, because if I just operate under the assumption that all were creatures, or like were similar creatures, would have these stats, these physical stats, it wouldn't matter. But I want to act under the assumption that, like, no matter, like, this would only affect melee attacks. So I want to act under the assumption that, like, if you are raging, I mean, if you're raging, like, if you're under a feral rage, would you? That's a good question. If you're under a feral rage, would you just attack using strength, no matter what you are? Because you're feral. But, you know, most creatures are feral overall. So, you know, you could argue that, like, a crow that is feral would still attack you with its beak, and it would still get to use its basic bonuses. Because basically what's happening is that it's succumbing to the beast. They succumb to their inner beast and enter a feral state. advantage on strength checks and saving throws, I think, makes sense. Yeah, not thinking. I mean, a feral bird, like a rabid feral bird, is not gonna be trying to be accurate with its pecks. It's just gonna try to peck you in the face, that's all. Yeah, I think a bonus to damage would be the thing to go, but let's... Yeah, I think a bonus to damage would be the thing to go for. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to write this down in a simple way first. So let's say, yeah, when using melee attacks. So yeah, I would say either that when they do melee attacks, they get a +2 bonus, or when using strength, or they will always just use strength and get a bonus to that. Yeah, they could take a penalty to hit. That could make sense. Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think that's actually great. That's actually pretty great. While they gain -2 to hit. Yeah, -2 to hit, but a +4 to damage. I'm gonna go for a. I'm gonna go for a little. Should we go for a bit bigger? Yeah, we're gonna go for a. Yeah, I think we'll probably go for something like that, but it's still on everything they're doing, so... Okay, they would be getting to hit. I need to look here just to make sure. They get a +9 to hit their target. Just thinking about it here. I think -3 +6. Not as big as Great Master or Sharpshooter, but still a pretty hefty trade-off because they can't control it. Yeah, I think that's a kind of a middle way. I felt like 4 was a little bit too little. -2 +4. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of more up the way. Let's see. Rage has resistances. They don't need the resistances because they already get them. While in this feral state, the Varkroven gains advantage on strength checks and saving throws throws. And their attacks get minus 3 to hit, but plus 6 to their damage. But they're melee. Yeah. They succumb to their inner beast and enter a feral state. Their sense of reason and their intellect and sense of reason and their and wisdom. I'm just gonna say, let's just say mental stats. Their mental stats are treated as if they are they are treated as if they have 2 in all their mental stuff. They are yeah, no. They're yeah. No, not all mental stats, I think, and just intelligence to an animalistic level. Yeah, their intelligence. Wow, I can't write for shit. Intelligence is reduced to 3. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yes, I like that. Get advantage on strength checks. So, and strength. Let's go then and adjust this here a little. Strength. And dexterity saving throws and their melee attacks. They while they get disadvantage to their intelligence and wisdom saving throws. Their melee attacks. Let's adjust this wording a little bit. Deal an additional +6 damage but get but suffer a -3 penalty to hit. That was a pretty darn good suggestion. I like that. Constitution will remain the same, and charisma will remain the same. They could get advantage on all of their physical and disadvantage on all of their mental saves, making it so that like trying. No, I don't think so. I don't think that would work too great. It'd be interesting to think about. I want to check something out. What? Calm? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I think so. So yeah, I agree. I agree to that. So while in the feral state, they are feral, so we will say here that while in their feral state, the Krovam will attack friend or foe indiscriminately. Friend or foe indiscriminately. Just making sure I'm writing this correctly. Yes, I did not write it correctly. Good job, me. Discriminate. It will move directly towards the nearest creature and use the attack action against that creature. If two or more creatures are equally near it, equally close to it, it will roll randomly to determine its target. Okay, I don't need the rest of this here. This can go. Now, I think it should be difficult to get out of the bloodlust. It should be difficult to like stop yourself from feral rage from doing this. So I would say the have I been writing it with? Will stop once the Varkrovum has been rendered unconscious. The feral rage will stop once the worker has been rendered unconscious. A spell similar to calm emotions. Maybe because you can enter the feral rage with like when you're transforming, so it's kind of it's basically this is basically to replace the it's to replace essentially, you know, when a werewolf or were creature goes loses itself in a full moon. It's to replace that. It's basically because it's to replace that. Maybe because to give you a little bit of background behind this is that essentially in my homebrew world that I'm making this for, where creatures are not, it's not a curse, it is a mutation specifically, and these are not like where creatures aren't really known. They are basically like most people wouldn't even know they exist. Maybe like have heard fairy tales of something similar, like, and might like in the fairy tales, like they might associate it with the moon in those tales, but like they are not in and of itself. They are unaffected by the moon. Essentially, it is essentially like a stress mechanic, because I have a player that is essentially has been turned into this specific were creature, and he's not getting all of it. This is why I'm prepping here a player as a Lycanthrope variant rule. And essentially, they enter a feral state if like stress or if they succumb to stress or agitation, they succumb to their inner beast. Essentially, it's just like a thing that's always in them, like could always come out. Just horizontally. Did I just write horizontally terribly wrong? Horizontal. Yep. Why did I forget that Z existed for a second? So, which is why I also thought like a calm emotion spell, like if you cast calm emotion, it would work. to bring them out of the rage. It's funny because like magic doesn't exist in this world yet. I have a whole plot point specifically about magic entering the world. It's gonna be interesting. But for example, a spell similar to calm emotion, it's rendered unconscious. I think maybe that it could make a new save at disadvantage. Yeah, that could work. I would say, okay, here's a thought. How about they could... Oh yeah, I'm also gonna say... I was gonna go here and say due to stress, agitation, or damage, they succumb to their inner beast and fall. I think that if they're what about if they're above half hit points? Well, yeah, that's a smart thing to do. No, they cannot, like... Smart. That is a very smart move. It's, just because we were talking a little bit about magic, like I have essentially because we have a funny way of running. Essentially, we run it in a way where and this is how my players enjoy it. They enjoy essentially playing the game in this specific group at least. They enjoy playing the game in such a way that essentially they do stuff and like they level up according to what they're doing. And because I essentially have a book that tracks things that I use to track their actions and like how they're acting and stuff like that, and what kind of connections they make, and that's how I let them level up. I essentially like, when we reach a level up, I say, okay, you level up as this. And or if there's an option between two things, then I say, okay, you have an option between these two things. Which do you want? It's basically, we did this for one campaign as an experiment. And they thought it was really interesting because they went into a very weird direction with things. And like, I just made adjustments to make things fit if needed. For example... We ended up with a guy that ended up as a very interesting thing. He ended up as a ranger warlock. He ended up as a ranger warlock. And what I did was essentially, he got warlock first and then ranger. And what we did was, to make things simpler for him, I figured out what was basically ranger specific spells. Like the stuff that could be... like his arrow shots and stuff like that. And I made that into warlock spells, and I made him essentially just like, alright, so when you level up, you always just get the warlock spell slots. Just for that simplicity's sake. And that worked really great. It was a really interesting way to solve it. But he got, in return, like, I think 10 extra spells onto his warlock spell list that he could choose with, yeah, it was a really cool way to do it. But we're doing this, and I told him that like when magic comes into the world, they will have a choice. Like I wanted to know ahead of time who wanted the possibility of magic, and they all told me, and all the ones that wanted told me. But I informed them that when they become, there are 2 magic classes that will be in this world. That's Wizard and Warlock, and both of them. By the way, FYI, I did not originally make this campaign to be in D&D 5th edition. I made it for something else, but I'm adjusting because my party players wanted to do this, and they were fine with me doing all sorts of weird tweets. But essentially, Warlock and Wizard, they both act on intelligence. Actually, no, I was running it in a camp system called 7C. It is essentially just like a more of a storytelling machine, and I'd already when we were talking about the campaign, I told them that this world, like when magic comes, it's a learned thing. You need to study it like a wizard would, and like I decided to add Warlock because I got a funny idea. I essentially, instead of having a patron when magic comes into the world, because how magic works is that magic items will come, items that have a lot of history, a lot of story to them, have a higher, can possibly become magic items. Like, if it's something somebody cared about a whole lot, if it has a lot of history, if it's really fucking old, basically, the more factors that fit into that box, the likelier it is, and the older it is, the more likelier it is, and etc. And I essentially made a Warlock into a thing where if they get it, their patron is the magic item they get. It's a magic item that is so well taken care of, essentially, that it gains a form of like a very basic form of sentience, essentially, but it is essentially like a growing magical item, which also comes with the fact that, like, if you lose that magic item, you're kind of screwed. but yeah, I essentially just told them that this magic item that you get is essentially like just growing with you and you gaining its power. It's kind of like if you get a legendary weapon in at level 1, and it just gains more features as you go on. That's kind of how I described it. And I'm basically just using Warlock to fill that kind of niche role specifically. And I was basically gonna decide how items would be kind of factored into the whole what is it called, the subclasses. For example, like if it's a book or a scroll or something similar that something similar to that, like of text, it will be you'll get the tome part in level 3, and probably go into one of the classes that are more that oriented or something. I haven't fully thought about all of that. I'm just gonna. It's coming as we go, but it's essentially that. But I told them all that they will all in level 1 get if you become a wizard, you'll get 1 spell, and those that get every player that gets magic only gets 1 cantrip at the beginning. Except the warlocks, they get the one thing that the weapon can do. Which, by the way, one of the cantrips that they get is free, and it's the only cantrip they get, because essentially the cantrips will come later. But yeah, they all get. I'm gonna treat cantrips essentially similar to like spells overall, but they all get 1 cantrip, and it's a silly cantrip that is just essentially I made specifically for this situation. It is because magic is chaos in this world, and what happens is that the first form of magic they get requires no components By the way, magic will always require components. They cannot use arcane focus or anything like that to substitute that. The only things that can substitute, like work as a substitute in this world, are gems. They can substitute general things required. So like a 10 gold gem might be able to cast one, be used as like a battery for one first level spell or something like that. But the first spell they get is essentially just a chaos bolt, which will do, I think, it will do a. I haven't decided fully. I'm gonna kind of figure it out, but I might make it do 1d10 damage, but you also take 1d10 damage from it because it's just raw power. Because it's a low magic world to begin with, and But yeah, we want to make. I want to make a world where when magic comes into it, it's gonna be unknown. People aren't gonna understand it, and it's gonna be scary, and it's gonna be difficult to comprehend. And like, people that are just like, some people might just awaken to the magic and just go like, "Whoa, what is this?" and just die because they frivolously used magic that drained them of their life. It's just like, it will cause chaos. That's the point, and which is why it's gonna be given the name chaos in the world. It's just gonna be controlled chaos. Spellcasters are gonna be using chaos. By the way, every spell that you cast has a possibility of triggering a wild magic surge, which I was gonna customize it a little bit to make it a little bit less silly and a little bit more fitting for this setting. But yeah, it's essentially just every time you cast a spell, there's gonna be the chance, like if you roll a 1 when you're casting a spell, like if you cast a spell, you roll to hit, and then you roll a d20 to see if you roll a 1. And a crit fail will always result in just a crit fail using a spell will always result in in that. Yes, because the fucking the wild magic stuff, the surges in the book are boring as hell, or just get very tiresome really fast. Oh boy. I am not a fan. Do you know the list of 10,000 wild magic surges? Have you heard about that? Yeah, wild magic. It's just, I'm so sad that it's just this basic. Oh, that is good. Oh my god, that's good. That is good. I'm just gonna steal that because I might actually just do that. I might just do that. That is pretty great. Oh yeah, I understand that. I just think it's funny, that's all. That's mostly it. I'm entertained by it, that's all. We're gonna be using the spell point variant rule for spells in this campaign. I'm gonna try it out at least, see how it works. If it's weird, we probably won't. But I want to have it like that because they won't. It's just gonna allow something weird to be done. That's all. Yeah, the wild magic surge stuff is just not interesting. It's just like Like, I love that a modern chosen and controlled by the DM appears in unoccupied space and then disappears. And, like, why did they choose something like that, which is not necessarily fitting for all... Like, I feel like they should have just picked something that is fitting for all settings. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I've, literally when you posted it, just when you posted that, I went immediately. That's brilliant. That's freaking brilliant. That is so brilliant for like a world where magic is such a big factor. But yeah, like most of these surges, they aren't bad. Like, you gain all expended sorcery points. You're surrounded by fate ethereal music for the next minute. You and all the creature within 30 feet gain vulnerability to piercing damage. Oh, you gain 1 increase the size category. If you die within the next minute, you immediately come back as if... Yeah, basically, hey, if you roll this, it's basically a free reincarnate. Yeah, it just... it's either just good for you, boring, or in the very few times it's really bad, it's still like... I mean, there's one here that says basically, yeah, if you die, you come back. But there's nothing here that just says like, yeah, if you don't get like healed within the next this amount of time, you die. It's just like, I'm not saying this should, I'm just saying like, it's a discrepancy. I don't like it. That's just my... I've always talked about this specifically, but like one of my biggest dislikes about 5th edition specifically, I have 3 specific dislikes to 5th edition, is that it's too easy. It's way too easy. The game is just built on survivability. Oh yeah, that's funny. Yeah, but yeah, this system is built on survivability. It is basically, you have so many ways to prevent yourself from dying. Or just to not die in general. Then there is like, let's see. I wish the proficiency system... technically Scene 4, if I count that too. But magic is everywhere. There's too much magic in everything. Their fucking suggestion to solve everything is magic. And it bleeds into every class. Even the martial ones. And it's too much. They need to make, like... The fact that they haven't made the ranger just not a spellcaster, like, sure, you can keep the spellcasting, I guess, but like, the fact that they haven't made the ranger just into a dedicated ranged martial class that has like just cool specific features that like for forest stuff and just archery and like basically give him just kind of cool stuff for that. Like, I don't understand why. Exactly. And even in like D&D 1, the playtest, like, sure, they made Ranger better overall, but it, like, ability wise, but it's not Ranger anymore, really, is it? It's just a kind of a spellcaster that uses a bow or 2 swords. and what was the... the too much magic. Yeah, it's druid with less magic and more violence. Yes. And then I think I'm just gonna kind of roll this into one. Proficiency and advantage and disadvantage. The proficiency, I don't dislike how it works per se. Mostly what I dislike is how it affects skills, because one thing I miss from 3rd edition 3.5 is the fact that you could kind of like, you didn't have to be proficient in things to learn things. It just feels like, you know, you can't be a fighter that kind of dabbles in a little bit into stealth unless you have to kind of represent it with a feat now, or you can't do the like, you can't be this you can't like to like what I always did in 3.5 was I represented my for example, when my fighter, like if I went and did a lot of research, I spent extra skill points just to get just to increase my my skills that had that stuff. I basically like to level myself up depending on what I was doing. And I just kind of miss that personally. And I feel like that, like the proficiency just being the end-all bonus for it, just kind of, it makes me slightly sad. But advantage and disadvantage is such a weird concept. Because what really does disadvantage and advantage do? Other than allow you to roll 2 dice and like, and either you choose the better or the worst of the two. What really does it do? The likelihood of you rolling this, like for example, the likelihood of you rolling the same thing on both your dice is, I mean, it's the same, really. Like, if you roll a 15, it's not less likely that you roll a 15 again. It's a 1 in 20 chance. Yeah, exactly. It explained it a whole lot better. But yeah, like, I understand why they did advantage and disadvantage the way they did. It's just a flat bonus. It's easy. It's just roll. You have advantage, roll 2 d20s. Or you have disadvantage, roll 2 d20s. But really the only thing it does is, like, it makes it less likely that you crit fail or more likely that you crit succeed. That's mostly what it does. Really, the only way to, like, actually see, like, if your advantage or disadvantage did anything is that if you roll a die and then see what you get on it, and then you roll a die and you get a better or worse result. Like, that's the only way to actually know if your disadvantage did anything. But if you're rolling them both at the same time, it might as, like, you'll never really know. But that's just my hot take on it. That's just my hot take. I don't like it. We use a homebrewed rule. If you have a flat advantage to perception, investigation, or insight, you get a plus. Your passive gets a +5. So we just use a +5, -5 when you get advantage and stuff. It is a much more representative, but like when you get disadvantage, you feel it, and when you get. Yeah, I definitely get why they did it. I definitely get, like, 3.5 was definitely for many people way too complex, I would probably say. And I don't dislike all the changes they did in 5th edition. There are these very certain things that I don't enjoy. Because I feel, because mostly what it feels like in those instances is just, yeah, it makes it too easy. I feel like the game's just leaning a lot more towards easy mode. But yeah, I agree, though. There's a lot of little modifiers to keep track of. I enjoyed it personally. I think it's just because I enjoy playing complex games. it's fun, it's interesting, it's even though there's a lot to keep track of, it's kind of like there's a lot to learn. And it's cool how nuanced you can get with it. Like, you can do a lot of weird things. For example, like, I'm not really the type... I've never really taken one class to level 20. I always multi-class. I always try to do something interesting with it. Because, you know, I just don't enjoy going the flat thing. I just like having weird abilities. Combining weird stuff. And that's kind of why I miss prestige classes. Like, because prestige classes was a way to do that and be really interesting with it. But now, if you want to multi-class, you always have to go, like, you never get abilities above, like, a certain level nowadays in those things. Which, I mean, I don't really mind, but it's still just... It would be cool to, like, kind of have synchronization between it in some way. Yeah, I think that's just mostly my thing with it. But yeah, 3.5 is definitely a more complex system. I know that I went from playing 3.5 to Pathfinder and then to 5th edition. I played 4th edition too, but like 4th edition was not fun. It was too video gamey, weirdly enough. But 3.5, I think, is... I enjoyed 3.5 more than Pathfinder. Yes. Yes, it will be. There's a thing that I know it doesn't really matter, but there's a thing that I low-key hate about 5th edition that is... it's not really important, but it bothers me a whole lot, and it's the fact how they do ability score improvement and feats. I hate that it's based on classes. I hate that it's based on class. On my, like, at my table we have essentially, because specifically if we're running a game where if I'm running a game where I control how they're leveling up, I let them get at level 4, level 8, unless it's specifically a class feature for like fighters and stuff. Like at level 6 fighter you get an extra feat. But like at these stuck levels of 4, 8, 12, 16, and 20, like I always give them feats on those levels, whether or not they are like should get them essentially. So they will always get 5 feats in my game. That's just because I dislike the fact that it's level, like, you have to be a level 4 fighter to get a feat or a ability score improvement. And they just do feats terribly. Like, feats in 5th edition are terrible. Even, like, they're either really fucking good, like, almost broken level good, or they're terrible utility what. Rogues get extra feats. Yeah, basically extra feats that they get is different because, for example, if a fighter gets a extra feat at level 6, they have to be a level 6 fighter to get that. But like a level 4, like you could be a level 2 fighter and a level 2 rogue, but you would still be given the level 4 feat. But you'd still have to get to level 6 fighter to get the extra fighter feat, essentially. That makes sense? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a sip because I'm dying. But yeah, feats in 5th edition are very weird. Like, okay. Let's take an example of feats here, because This is one of the most telling ways to see that how it is, because like not every feat is this level of like bad overall, but you know, FYI, I'm not saying this is a terrible feat. FYI, I'm not saying that it's terrible or anything like that. I'm just saying that comparatively, it's terrible, like to what I'm about to compare it to. So, Keen Mind. No, I mean, I'm not gonna talk crap about it. I like those feats because they're interesting. They represent cool things, but because they are just they do not get the love they should. I'm also gonna take. I'm gonna just also take that up here, but I'm gonna take. Let's say I'm also picking some fighting feats. So okay, let's start with Keen Mind here. Keen Mind, you get a +1 intelligence. You always know where north is. You always know how many hours it is before the next sunrise or sunset, and you can accurately recall anything you've seen or heard within the past month. You know, other than this, most of this, like this, relies on the DM essentially just being able to tell you a lot of stuff. But outside of just remembering this stuff, like if we're just talking roleplay wise, it's useful roleplay wise. But if you're just thinking mechanic wise, it's terrible. It's just not good compared to Observant. You get +1 intelligence. If you see a creature's mouth move, like if you can see a creature's mouth while it's speaking a language you understand, you can interpret what it's saying by reading its lips. And you have a +5 passive bonus on perception and passive intelligence investigation scores. So, you get an actual mechanical bonus from this. You get a pluses to your things, and it specifically tells you can actually eavesdrop on someone without being able to hear them. You just need to be able to see their mouths move and understand what they would be saying. So, even roleplay wise, Observant is more useful, just on that front. Let's go on Linguistic. I like Linguistic because Linguistic is more useful than Keen Mind, in my opinion. Get +1 intelligence, you learn 3 additional languages, which means you can talk to more people, and you are able to create written ciphers. I think it's kind of funny that you have to have a feat to do that, personally, but, like, again, it's a game, and I understand why. I mean, I just feel like this would make you way better at doing it. But yeah, yeah, I would say that you're just much better at doing it there. But yeah, you can create ciphers. Then we have Sentinel, which is a really good feat because of what it allows you to do. Mechanically, if you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you reduce their movement to 0. They cannot not provoke. You will always provoke. They will always provoke an opportunity attack from you, no matter if they disengage or not. And if they attack someone else or that is not you within 5 feet, you can attack them. It's so many bonuses for you. This is a really good feat. And then Sharpshooter, as we've spoken before, it's attacking. You don't get disadvantage at attacking at long range. You ignore half cover and 3/4 cover, and you can get a -5 penalty to get to hit to get +10 to damage. Mechanically, all of these are way better than Keen Mind. And mechanically, most of them are better than Linguistics, and that's what I'm sad about. Because I'm just sad these feats did not get the love they deserve. I wish they would have, like, try to make them better. Not trying to say that they have to be perfectly balanced or anything. I just wish they would have made them... It feels shoehorned in, is what I'm saying. It feels like they went, oh, we should probably have feats as an option too, huh? Oh yeah, okay, let's just throw together a few feats and just let them go there. And let's make it a variant rule so like people can't really be angry about us about it. It would be, but it's also very situational. But yeah, like, I mean, you can always find a use for them. But that's also like kind of determined on, again, situations and players and stuff. But like, you can see in some games, people go like, oh, this is a cool thing. And then it never comes up. And, which is why, I've also taken up, because, I have another house rule regards to that. So, for me, I always have the rule, like, when you get a feat, when you take a feat, you always get +1 in, when you should get a feat or ability score improvement, you always get +1 in ability score improvement and a feat. Because, let's be fair here, feats that give you ability score improvements, they are compensating for sucking a lot of the time. So yeah, I always go like just +1 ability score improvement and a feat. That way you will always get a bonus to an ability score of your own choice, which could be useful, because ability score improvement is always useful. Just no matter what it is, generally, because it can improve your saving throws, it can improve your skills, it might improve your attack or your defense, it might improve your health. It's just always useful. It might improve your saving throws for the DCs to your saving throws with spells. It's always useful to get an ability score improvement. But an ability score improvement in and of itself is really freaking boring. It's sad. So yeah, I just have a home rule that you get +1 ability score and a feat. Now I'm not saying it's... Yeah. I'm not saying it's the perfect rule, but I just... It's a way to make it fair. You always get something useful, and people are... Like, let's be fair here. Like, if having good stats in 5th edition was gonna break the game, like, it would have a long time ago, I guess. I mean, sure, the game bases you on within a certain parameter. I mean, but it's like I was saying before, I house rule so much in 5th edition. For me, lycanthropes are weird in 5th edition. I love werewolves, but it's so weird that in 5th edition, werewolves, lycanthropes in general, and it's not consistent, FYI. This is not consistent, because were-ravens, they get regeneration. And Lugaro, they are a werewolf that get regeneration instead of damage immunities, by the way. Because lycanthropes get damage immunity, piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing against... let's see. Against attacks that aren't magical or silvered. So, you know... And by the way, FYI, if you want to play a lycanthrope, and that's ridiculous, because, you know, at least I don't know if a DM would allow you to start as a lycanthrope, because that just seems broken. Because you could just decide to put shit stats, like put the stat that you get increased as a lycanthrope as a dump stat. Because, for example, if you decide to be a werebear, you just get 19 strength. Done. And you get damage immunities. And Silly. I literally made what I do is I just go, you get a +2 bonus to the ability score chosen, so you get a +2 to strength or dexterity, depending on what you become, and you get damage resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. It's just here damage resistance to versus bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing not made with silvered weapons. And the rest is essentially similar. I just think it's so dumb that I just think it's so freaking dumb that they have this freaking damage immunities, but like magic weapons, and I mean that's still very strong. And I did make it also so that like it ups your maximum cap for example, if you're a werebear, you could get 22 strength to kind of set that up, but like again, your were creature, you should be able to reach a little bit of a higher set in that. I would say that it's weaker overall than I would say it's weaker overall than the base situation though. It's kind of like similar with the damage resistance. The strength thing is kind of like, I think it balances out, because having a +6 isn't a huge thing, and the likelihood of you getting a 26 in a stat is very unlikely. And that's just, and to be fair, if you're gonna reach a point in a campaign where you'll be able to get 26 in strength, you'll probably be able to get your hands on the legendary version of the Belt of Giant Strength that gives you like 29 strength. So I don't think it's gonna be an issue, At that point in the game, you're probably fighting gods or some stuff, or your GM has fucked up royally. But yeah, I will agree, it's strong. I mean, that's kind of the point of being a were creature. Like, you are a were creature. There are things that you get a lot of strengths from it, but again, you gotta remember, you're a monster. This is why I think it's dumb that werewolves are counted as a medium humanoid. I don't understand why they aren't just medium monstrosities and have the shape changer. I just think that once you become a werewolf, you should probably become a monstrosity instead of a humanoid. Because in the monster manual, if you read the typings, it specifically states in monstrosities that creatures of experiments or creatures that are cursed are monstrosities, like created through curses and stuff. And I'm like, game, why? And the game basically, like, I'm sad that monstrous humanoids aren't still a thing. Yeah. I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason why they kept it a humanoid. I agree. But that was also like, I was actually, before you arrived, like when I was beginning, I took that into account when I was thinking about it, and I decided, because like, if you become a were creature, you are a monster. You are a monster, 100%. You're no longer a standard humanoid. Sure, you have a human form and stuff like that, but you are a monster. I would say specifically, because I note in the Feral Rage that calm emotions would work. Like, a spell similar to calm emotions cast on it successfully. I would say that would work for this instance, probably. But yeah, I get why they did it. I get it. It's a balancing issue, most likely. But, you know, just make were creatures more dangerous then. That's fine. They're supposed to be monsters. They're supposed to be scary. Like a werewolf should be like at low levels, when you're becoming like at level 1 to 4, a werewolf should be the equivalent of like a big bad guy in that kind of level, in those levels. Cause those things are scary, man. But again, yeah, again, that's kind of just my opinion of it. Like, let's see, I have vampire here. I think I have a similar issue with vampire. By the way, vampire in 3.5 sucks too, so you know, there's not a whole lot of difference there. Yeah, vampire here is a challenge rating 13. And by the way, the Loup Garou version of werewolf, that's a challenge rating 13. And that is a werewolf with legendary actions and stuff like that. Let's see. Vampire and Loup Garou, they are both challenge rating 13, but a vampire has 3 legendary resistances, while the Garou, the were version of it, the Loup Garou, it has 2 legendary resistances. Great. Yeah, I agree. It's also why you need to kind of think about it. That's why I think that's kind of how they balance things out in. That's kind of how people balanced out things in 3.5 by giving some level adjustments and stuff like that. They went over the top with that. They didn't need to go as insane with it as they did there, but there are ways to kind of come around it. For example, like, again, these are monsters. Socially, like, you're gonna be shunned if you're like relying on this ability. You are a monster. People will hunt you. People will kill you. That's generally how people should like. You should be losing, like, if you go by standard fantasy, you should be going feral every night of a full moon. Oh my god, that is hilarious, because I've seen people play crap. Dude, the first campaign I ran, it was the first time I was running as a DM. So, you know, of course I was going to make mistakes. And we got this player joining us that, this girl that was a min-maxer to ridiculous standards. And there was a point where, like, things started escalating very slowly in difficulty. And basically, because she brought a character that was, like, way too strong in the beginning, I made things harder, which made people die, which made people make stronger characters that were slightly broken to kind of make up for that, and then I made things harder, which made people die, and that's kind of how it went. And it ended up with this girl making a creature that was literally unkillable. And we did a session where they fought. They were level 11 at that point, and I put in front of them a dragon of challenge rating 24, and they killed it in 2 rounds. I stopped the game, and I literally just looked at at her and just said, "You're not playing that character anymore. You're just retiring that character. This is ridiculous." Literally, because she basically killed the thing alone. But I was like, you're retiring this character because you made a character that is literally impossible to kill, and it's escalating everything. It's and I was taking fault to it. Like I said, I should have realized this way sooner, that this was getting ridiculous. But when that happened, it was just like kind of a breaking point. Again, I was young, and I could have definitely done that better. But there was a moment where I just said, everyone here, nobody's having fun with this now. This is just a death simulator, which is like, that can be fun in and of itself if you want to do that, but that was not the point here. Yeah, that was my first time running a campaign, and I learned so much from it. So much that I learned from that experience. And it just changed how I approach a lot of games. For example, I hate restricting people to what they're playing. I want to find a way to make it work. Like, for example, back when we were playing 3.5, the vampires there have a high level adjustment to them. So what I did was I just stripped them of abilities that are the most broken abilities, and just kind of made it player friendly. Essentially, just made it simpler for players to play and stuff like that. And I often, if it was something, by the way, I did also have a rule about, like, people, you have to show me what you want to be before I would allow it. Like, I have to vet this shit first. I was broken. I was a broken man. There is a book that I have become since very familiar with. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it was a ridiculous book. There is a book about, essentially, it's a no, not Book of Nine Swords. It's the Book of Half-Bloods, I think it is. It's essentially a way to make. It was basically a book that allowed you to make anything in any book a playable thing. It is a ridiculous book when you look into it, but again, it was just kind of, we went off into the deep end with things, and we just kind of lost control. You know what? You know, that shit happens when you're playing for the first time. In essence, it's nobody's fault overall, but it's like, sometimes you just gotta stop things when they're going out of hand like that. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it. I own this book here somewhere. Savage Species is the book. Yeah. I was so hurt by this that I know I remember what kind of creature. It's a Tauric creature. It's essentially like a you pick two different creatures and you make one creature out of it. Yeah, Tauric. It's a template. Yeah, Tauric. It's a. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. I might. You know what? Let's share this page a little bit, just for this one moment here. Window capture. Savage Species, just for this conversation. All right. Tauric creature. So, in 3.5, you're probably gonna realize how broken as hell this is. So, especially if you've played 3.5. They become an aberration. They use the host hit dice and constitution. So you No, this is symbiotic. This is a Taurak. I was in the wrong thing. Creating a Taurak creature. Okay, you become a monstrous humanoid. You inherit a template that combines 2 creatures into a hybrid creature. The template can be added on any corporeal humanoid or monstrous humanoid of a small or medium size, and any medium size or larger corporeal animal. So you need to have one thing that is humanoid essentially overall, and one thing that has 4 legs. At least 4 legs. And the Taurak creature has all the basic creature's characteristics except noted here. At the base humanoid space. By the way, I don't think she had any class levels. Maybe 1. But at the base humanoids and base creatures hit dice, they get the Taurak creature hit dice, each of which changes to a D8. They have the natural armor bonus of the creature of the base creature or base humanoid, whichever is better. They get the base all of that stuff. The base creature's challenge rating +1. Gains feats as a monstrous humanoid of its DC as a monster. They get so much stuff. They get so much weird stuff. They get the best from both things, essentially. They just get like, if the humanoid has better this stuff, it gets this. And then you just pick a creature that has 4 legs that fills in the gaps. So you just end up with something that has incredible stats. If you just find the right things. It is weird. It is dumb. Like, this is a Taurak Hobgoblin Griffin. It has so many things. Like, Jesus. Yeah. It is fucked when you get it. Like, I love this book just for the interesting parts of it, because it has ways to make basically player characters out of a lot of things. For example, winged creatures, cool stuff. It has a way to make a lot of things either playable or just interesting. And it had a lot of templates and stuff, basically. But yeah, this was... Oh my god, I got so mad. My favorite monster in D&D overall has been since the beginning, since I played the game for the first time. I'm just going to show it for fun. Is the Umberhawk, the favorite creature. And I wanted to play an Umberhawk one time, and this let me play an Umberhawk with just leveling up as an Umberhawk. Which, by the way, it's funny when you're doing it. Which, by the way, the funny thing about this is that when you're leveling up as a creature specifically, like, it's weird. You don't get hit points or anything like that as you would get as a player character. You know, sure, it makes sense. But what I generally just did was I removed all hit die stuff. Like, I just reduced everything by the hit die. I just looked at it and went like, oh, okay. What do you get as a monster of this level? And I removed all of the stuff from it, and then I looked at the monster and was like, oh, so this is the bonuses from the monster without any adjustment, hit dice adjustment. So I just looked at the standard level adjustment, which would be, in this case, 7, I think. And yeah, so I was a level. I just made a level 8 one, and I showed my DM it essentially, and it was like, yeah, you can do this. This seems fair. So I was basically a level 1, just level 1 fighter with shit for hit points. Well, I think I either took the hit dice or the challenge rating. I don't remember which, but yeah. Best choices. And I made made a character that was called Horace the Umber Hulk. He talked like this all the time. And he broke his hands while using a person as a baseball. But yeah, it was just fun. You could play weird shit this way. And that was cool. Generally, I don't recommend doing a whole lot of that unless you're like willing to go through that stuff. But this was just fun. I enjoyed doing this because it was my DM allowed me to do it, and I went through steps to not make it broken. I went to step to modify it to be like friendly towards the table. It just ended up with it being like a lot weaker than general. Yeah, it was nice having you here. Thanks for the chat. It got me really distracted from what I was doing, but it was fun. I really enjoyed doing that. So thanks for sticking around. Hope you have a nice sleep. I'm about to probably wrap it up here soon, anyways. Yeah, I'll probably wrap up soon and try to finish this stuff later. Yeah. Thanks, man, and you too. See you later, man. All right. I wanna finish at least the Feral Rage before I stop. So I guess what we could do is, why is this so big? I feel like my chat is really small. Let's just simplify this. Goes unconscious or spell similar to a calm emotions cast unsuccessfully. I feel like we need to have some sort of way for it to how about they get a... I was thinking about that they would get a saving throw at the end of their turn. A wisdom saving throw with disadvantage at the end of their turn if their health is above half. They get advantage. They will. When they are not after like. Yeah, I'd say if they're not attacked. So, at the end of their turn, if not attacked, and above half hit points, they can roll a DC 15 wisdom saving throw with disadvantage. The feral, I'll just cut this and put it here. The feral rage will stop once the Volcrovim goes unconscious or if calm the spell, calm emotions is cast on them successfully, they instead get an advantage on the saving throw. Or if they are calmed down with spell or through natural means. Just to finish things up, because we essentially just have the attacks left, so say we have change shape. Oh, this is it's an action, so we'll go with I accidentally put it here. Shape change. it should be lower, I guess. I think it should probably be... Let's do this here, copy. We're gonna do this, because it needs a multi-attack. It needs the beak. I'll say Wisdom DC 8 here. So we'll go with multi-attack, and we'll go with beak. I was thinking talons too, because I mean, yeah. I don't understand why the Eric Cocra don't have a beak attack. Feels like they should. Do they? Yeah, they count the beak as a melee weapon attack. That's funny. I think that's funny. I am entertained by that. I'm entertained by that notion. So... the beak and talons in hybrid form only. Okay. Let's just, for simplicity's sake here, I'm gonna be changing the things that are written there, but you know, time. Ba-bam. Melee weapon attack, which is a +9 to hit. And copy this and put this here. Okay, I am going to increase the damage dice on them a little bit, because I feel like it's just dumb to have them weak like that. Because they're supposed to be monsters. They're supposed to hurt. Medium hit size, average hit die. That's not what I'm looking at. Damage. Use the table. Wait, what? Use what table? Um... mhm. I just want to see some damage die suggestions, I guess. Yeah, can I get some damage die suggestions? For like a, You're not cool, I don't... This is piercing. Oh, oops, jeez, what happened? Piercing. +4, +4. Hit. Average will be, I have to find out later. I'll figure out the... I want to give, like, at some point, them, like, a proper, like, name. Like, what lycanthropes are. Guess I'll just give him, like, a short sword as well, probably. Just for shits and giggles. The Pocaro. Okay, there we go. You know what? We'll do... I'm gonna just up the dice on it. I'll go... It'll be not... I'll say that the beak... I'll say talons are a D6. Beak is a D8. I'm gonna open the monster again. Garo! Lycanthrope is also like I need to figure out. Let's see. Oh, okay. Then I'll just do it fucking simple. And I don't want the... I want to go and give them... The talents will be... Tiger has that claw. Wolf does 2d4. I just go with 2d4, 2d4. The bite is generally better. So, you know, so we'll go 2d6, 2d4. The bite is always generally better, so yeah. You know what? No. We'll go with 1d8. I'll go with a 1d8, 1d10 situation. No, let's go with... There. I guess that can work. What? Okay, so I need to actually calculate one thing here. So... Just to finish things off here, let's go calculator. So damage per round. I would say maybe the melee attacks deal an additional plus d6 damage, but suffer a minus d3 penalty to hit. I was thinking whether should it do an extra damage die? No, this is fine. Okay. I'm gonna do calculations. Read down the hit point columns of the monster statistic by challenge rating until you find your monster hit point. So apparently, when you're doing hit points like this, you need to effective hit points based on resistance and immunities. But it's funny, this is not, this is after step 4. So, so wait, what? Okay, wait. This is complicated to look at. All right, so effective hit points is gonna be, I mean, let's just say 170 times 1.25, 212. So 212 CR10. So CR10 for that. Armor class is 16, so it's 1 point below. Okay, so AC 16, CR 9, which is adjusted to 10 in this situation. Offensive depth of offensive challenge rating, damage output per round. It does 2 attacks. With its beak. I mean, it's just 2 weapon. It just gets multi. I should also just give him a longsword just for this situation specifically, and that should be easy. Let's just go long sword, let's go rapier. I'm just gonna do this here because it doesn't matter what form it is. It's a 1d8 piercing. And then yeah, it can do 2 weapon attacks, one which can be with its beak. Doesn't need to be a big bee. It just needs to be that. And times. There we go. Might do adjustments to the name, but guess that works overall. I got everything I needed in here for that. Average damage output. I would assume average here would be 8, 7, 8. Make 2 weapon attacks. Let's see. Let's rewrite this a bit. In humanoid form, the Varkrovem can makes two rapier attacks in hybrid form. It can attack like humanoid or make 2 attacks with its talons. Talon and 1 with its beak. Or make 2 attacks with its natural weapons. One of which can be the beak, be its beak. So I'm assuming that's how it would work. It's not form. It can or I would say, like, if it's feral, it would just use whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it would use weapons with that. Because like I feel like these stats are mostly here for like. I feel like those bonuses are mostly for just saving throws. I want to move this over to here. Because I remember they do transform slowly into there. It reverts to its true form within a day if it dies. Yeah, because I want it to be monsters. I don't want them to be easily talk. And just, I want to add this for my own sake, really. Copy here. Animalistic. While in hybrid form, the var Provence Okay. I think I got an idea. I think I want that to be like that. I want them to basically have a disadvantage in dealing with creatures that aren't... No. No, I'll say they have disadvantage. I'll just say... I'll say that they have disadvantage on charisma checks when interacting with humanoids. We're gonna do this here, and I'm gonna we'll go and say due to their monstrous form, the Varkrovum invoke fear in those that behold them. They have disadvantage on charisma checks. On not all charisma checks. I guess they would have disadvantage on persuasion checks. They have on persuasion checks. When they have no. Let's word it like this: they have disadvantage on persuasion check, charisma checks when interacting with humanoids or other creatures of similar intellect. Humanoids are similar creatures. They have disadvantage on charisma checks when interacting with humanoids or similar creatures. In a positive. Intimidation checks. In return, they have advantage on intimidation checks. Invoking so there are rules for horror, just really quickly here. They have advantage in return. They have advantage on intimidation checks made to instill fear. You know what? I think I'll just, for them in general, I'll do +7. Does anybody like? So if somebody rolls fear, I need to actually just kind of check one thing for myself. I need to check skills really quickly, just for myself. What am I doing? I have the thing here. Skills. No, I just want to get the player's handbook version of the skills, not the Lost Minds of Endelver. Why is that the top one? I want intimidation specifically. I'm gonna do one of these boys. I'm gonna do one of these boys, and I'm gonna do this. Let's do copy like that. Instill fear. I'm essentially just thinking that it is a Actually, no, I'm not gonna make it proficient. It's gonna make it really fucking strong. I just realized that the fear thing is gonna make it way stronger. So if I do this and just say, as a bonus action, the Valcrovum can let out an terrifying howl. Everyone within, let's say, I mean, I'll say everyone within 30 feet. I'll say if you're further than that, then you're like, because it's broken if it reaches much further. Everyone within 30 feet must make an opposed just advantage on. So I'll give them the instill fear. Look at DC. I don't want to have the DC too high on it. So safe DC 16 should be feared. Cause I think because I run often with fear as an element in my streams, not in my stream, in my campaigns, and fear is essentially like it can be caused in two ways: magical means, which can be you get a save the end of every turn and stuff like that. I give people saves event at the end of their turn if they do not have the creature that is the cause of their fear in sight. Either like if they manage to hide from the monster, from the thing that caused the fear for 1 minute, or they make a check at the end of their turn while they cannot see the monster, that's when it runs off. It's just kind of when you run horror, you have to have it effective. It would probably be a charisma. Probably use the charisma. You know, I'm gonna say if you use a charisma, it would be 15. But I'm gonna say also I need to determine the DC for the lycanthropy. Which I forgot to look at that earlier. How do you calculate lycanthropy DC? Plus Constitution. So, yeah, okay, that it is 17. You know what? I'm gonna put just a static on all of it. Just 15. 15 is gonna be the Constitution saving throw for, just for resisting it. Let's say let's just say well, it would be charisma. So DC 15, wisdom, wisdom saving throw or be frightened. Yeah, I was gonna do condition resist. Oh yeah, I was just gonna add it to the feral state. Yeah. They can retry. They can. How's it? Do I have anything that I can use just as a reference here for it? At the end of a turn or something like that? Do you have it? It's just charm. Charm monster. Let's just look at that because that was a fastest thing I could guess on. That was not the right spell to do that. Let's see. Banishment? No. I'm trying to remember spell. Let's see. I'm trying to remember spells, but I can't remember. View all spells for a moment. I'm trying to remember effects that like you can do. Just I'm trying to remember wording essentially. Confusion. Yes, confusion is what I'm searching for. At the end of it, the targets can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of their turn, provided they cannot see the creature. If they succeed, the fear effect ends and they have advantage on future uses of this ability until Okay. Because we generally run a little bit of a slightly more brutal game, I guess. So, Instill Fear is a bonus action. The Vorkroen can let out a terrifying howl in attempt to instill fear in its foe. Everyone within a 15 foot, within 30 feet must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw. Be frightened while the creature is in sight. The affected targets can make a Wisdom saving throw at the end of their turn, provided they cannot see the creature that inflicted the fear. If they succeed, the frightened effect ends, and they have advantage on future uses of this ability until their next long rest. This effect also ends if they I also added like into my essentially into my horror based campaigns. I added an action that is called Stealing Yourself, which allows people to retry a fear, like a failed fear test, with disadvantage if the creature is within sight, or advantage if the creature is within sight. So I would say this would qualify under that. Note if homebrew rule if homebrew rule of no, if the fear variant rule is in use, players can also use the custom action steal thyself to get a re-roll on their fear test if the source of their fear is within 30 feet or in sight. They make the test with disadvantage. This test can be assisted to give I will probably do one of these. I'm gonna make most of these a little bit smaller because they don't really need to be this big. Nine. Okay, I'm gonna find out this challenge rating real quick, and then we're gonna call this stuff. I'm way too. I got so distracted into this. I didn't even mean to go so silent. It just happened. Okay, so read down the challenge rating and find your monster's damage until you find your monster's damage output. So, at least, let's say it's just doing the best it can. So, 16 damage per round. That's not a lot of. Yeah, 16. Attack bonus suggested for the monster of the challenge rating. Attack bonus, which is a +9. That's to hit. Yep. So it's a +9. CR, that's CR 16. What? That's weird. I don't know how to calculate this stuff. It's weird. But yeah, it has that. If your monster's attack bonus is at least 2 points higher or 2 points lower than the number, adjust the challenge rating suggested by its damage. Okay, so the total is 10 here. Okay, so stuff with the saving throw doesn't matter at all, really, for this. But adjust the challenge rating suggested by its damage output up or down by 1 for every 2 points difference. So let's see how much difference is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So lower it by 7. Diff is 7. Now look, if your monster's attack bonus is at least 2 points higher or lower than the number, adjust the challenge rating suggested by its damage output up or down. Okay, so it increases by 7. So it was here. So it goes from here to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So total 9. And average challenge rating, the monster finds generating the average of its defensive and offensive. Round the average up or down to the nearest challenge rating to determine your monster function. For example, if the creature's offensive is 2 and its offensive rating is 3. Okay, wait, what? The monster round the average up or down to the nearest challenge rating to determine your monster function challenge rating. Oh, this determines the proficiency bonus. Wait, what? So wait, what? Wait, it suggests that I pick the challenge rating because I know it's gonna be less, but so it's gonna be a challenge rating of 10, which will change this to a 4, which will lower the attack bonus by 1, which would recalculate everything. Not enough though. I don't know, I think I'm doing this right. Calculate CR counter. I didn't know that this was actually this easy thing to find. Defensive. Do I want like the maximum hit points or average hit points? Wait, what? Monster basic? Where the fuck is that? Oh yeah, that... I'm gonna assume it's with the resistances, so it's supposed to be 2, 1, 2. Ah, wait. If I... Average. Okay. 2, 1, 2. Armor class is, I'll say 16. Damage per round. Over 3 rounds. Over 3 rounds. Okay, taking the average dice rolls, ignoring crits and accuracy over 3 rounds. So that should be a little bit higher. It's 8. So 16. 16 times 3. Oh, I accidentally switched scenes. 3 equals 48. So 48 is... Attack bonus 9. Size is medium. Hit dice is 20 d8. Constitution is 18. Vulnerabilities, no resistances. Save proficiencies. It has 3. Monster feature. Equivalent of this here. Let's see. I guess I'll save this here too. Oh, actually, this here. Horrifying Visage is pretty good. That basically just does. It's a similar effect. It doesn't have regeneration. Relentless. This is fine. Okay, defensive rating is 16. No, wait, what? No, what? Effective HP? Ah, yes. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Effective. Why? What do you mean effective attack bonus? Armor class here. Jeez, that scared the shit out of me. Wait, plus 80? Wait, what? Uh, 20 times 8 equals 160 plus 80. Average of that is gonna be 120. That's a lot higher. Okay. That's a lot higher. Because yeah, I did not calculate that correctly. Okay, 13. That makes a whole lot more sense. 20. Wait, what? Oh wait, it's the average roll plus AT. So it would be 20 times 8 equals times 2 plus 80. I will, however, lower it. I think this is a lot. We'll lower it so it's 120. I don't want to be fucking. This makes no sense with the damage output it's doing. Why is the effective attack bonus that much? Over 3 turns. I don't understand the offensive thing. Because it's taken by what? Looking... Ah, 4.5. So average HP. Yeah, that makes sense. Effective hit points. Because it has resistances. Actually, it does have a vulnerability. If you're vulnerable to common damage types. I guess I want it to be like, if I want it to be 10. Okay, I want to know specifically when we're figuring out this attack bonus here for this thing. Calculate attack bonus. Alternatively, you can calculate attack bonus the same way when a monster has an attack. Okay. So we can go and do 56. Proficiency will drop to a 4. If we drop this here by 1. Which means that this becomes 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, and then this here is lowered to 14. Everything else should be fine. I mean, it should be a challenge rating 11 by the end of this, from this here. Which is... Oh, whoops. How does it write in the book here? Does it do it with a comma? Okay. That should be fine, I think. Effective AC is 18. Why is the effective AC 18? So why is the like? Why? I think it's taken on an average roll, but why does it say the effective attack bonus is 12? Okay, it doesn't have Blood Frenzy, so we'll take that away. It's not that. Is not there, but the rest of the stuff can be there. And the feral stuff is literally they don't have control, so I'm just gonna take that as a 0/0. Yeah, that feels a whole lot better. It just feels with the damage output that it doesn't feel like it should be that high. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Because I'm just going for like a general situation here. Because this is just a base, and like this just feels like it would be killed decently fast if they have the right things. But I'm forgetting they also have the proper resistances, so. I think that makes sense. Jeez, it's complicated figuring out this whole thing. Alright. I'm done for now. I'm gonna call the stream here. I'm really tired. I forgot myself so much. But I want to thank everybody for watching. My name's G20. We're coming in as Cutpool, and I'll be seeing you guys later. But until then, take care, guys. Bye-bye.